And now one more delivery left in the second over. Well, happy to push it on the offside, a slight misfield, and they will get across for a single. So 10 runs coming off that with another over as well. And that is now the end of the second over with the score at 20 without a wicket for the Granite Chargers. Right, then we continue now in this third over. Continuing with spin. Interesting that Sriniket has been taken off the attack in the third over itself. Continuing with the left arm spinners. That seems to be the ploy at the moment. Pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. Tane bowling this third over. This time charging down the wicket and almost carrying to the fielder there. Well, he couldn't quite stop it. The fielder at long off cuts that one off. Only a single. Well, Rashid, for the first time, did not look in control of the shot that he went to play. Well, almost carrying to the fielder there. An excellent effort in the end as well. Well, once again, flighted delivery, and this time it was Aditya playing that one straight to the fielder at mid on. Shanmukha is present there. Well, once again, a big swing, wanting to play that one through the leg side. Well, an appeal for a stumping. Still waiting for the umpire's call though. As you can see, he didn't really quite leave his ground there. And he should be safe and sound. As you can see that in the replay. Well, the third umpire just wanting to make sure that he gives the correct call. Well, as you can see, the third umpire might be slightly camouflaged with the popping crease and also his foot. Both of them white. Well, maybe the camera light is not the exact one as needed, but I think he's fine. And yes, he is given not out by the umpire. So one more delivery left in this third, charging down the wicket, and another dot. Excellent over by Tane. Just the one run coming off it, pulling things back. And at the end of the third, now the Granite Chargers are 21 without a wicket. So we continue now in this fourth over, and Vidyananda has been given the ball back. And nicely driven by Rashid. But the fielder at long off will cut that one away. So only a single, bringing Aditya back on strike. Once again bowling that off stump line. Well, a bit of a hesitation between the two. In the end, deciding against it. And now charging down the wicket. Well, the boundaries have dried up now since quite a few deliveries. 10 deliveries now since that last boundary. And you would feel that it's a lot in a 6 over power play. Especially after getting 20 runs of the first 2 overs. Once again, beautifully bowled. Not quite able to get underneath it. Just the 1 run has come off this over as well so far. Just the 2 runs coming off the last 10 deliveries. In fact, 2 runs of the last 11 deliveries. Keeping things tight here, the Tigers. Well, something had to give in. And it's a beautiful shot by Aditya once again in similar region of where he hit his first. And that releases a lot of pressure that was put up. A good shot through that leg side. And a couple of bounces this time before it finds the fence. So one more delivery left now in this fourth. He goes for it again, this time straight. And good enough once again. One bounce and over the rope. Make that 9 for the over. Well, just what they needed. Things had dried up. But those couple of boundaries once again gets them going. Excellent partnership this between the two. And at the end of the fourth now, the Granite Chargers, well, they're 30 without a wicket. As you see that shot once again by Aditya. Beautifully played. Straight down the ground. Well, you are always going to pick up 4 if you nail that shot. And he's dispatched that one with perfection. So it is going to be Tane to continue. And once again, beautifully bowled. Well, he's keeping things very tight. Conceded just the 1 run in his previous over. Well, that was the over that pulled things back. But then all of a sudden, a couple of boundaries of the last 2 deliveries in the previous over has made things slightly different. Once again, Rashid, well, he's charged down the wicket and not quite able to find the gap. And once again, he goes big. And he's found the boundary, Rashid. Well, that's the first time that Tane has conceded a boundary. And it's an excellent shot in the end. Superbly struck down the ground. Sheer power on that one. Well, how often do we see that a boundary hit uppishly in that region? Past the fielder at mid-on instead of over him. Well, he knows exactly where the fielders are. And he's doing an exceptional job, is Sheikh Rashid. He might have been kept quiet for a few deliveries in between. But now he's continuing to get going once again. Well, that has been the case for both the openers. This time charging down the wicket and playing it down the ground towards the fielder at long off for a single. Moves on to 20 with that. The 21-year-old, the young gun. Well, the Tigers would feel that they still have the Granite Chargers very much in their grasp even after not taking any wickets because they're not quite run away here. Once again, beautifully bowled by Tane, not allowing anything for the batter to get. So one more delivery left now in this fifth, the second over of Tane. He's conceded just 6 runs in his 1.5 overs. And once again, an excellent delivery. Well, not quite able to find the turn on that, but another dot. That is the end of the fifth. 5 coming off it. It is 35 without a wicket for the Granite Chargers. Right then, we continue now in this sixth over, the last over of the power play. And with the way Sheikh Rashid was swinging his bat around, you would feel that he is going to go full Monty in this one. Shriniket continuing now. Finally, he's back into the attack after bowling that first over. Well, the spinners were doing an excellent job, and this could be a decision where maybe he's trying to play risk against reward the captain. You might end up conceding 20 runs in this last over of Pablo. You might end up getting the wicket, the priceless wicket of Rashid as well. So here we go, last over of the power play. And straight away, it's gone high up in the air. Chance! And it's taken. The risk has paid off. Well, Rashid likes pace onto the bat. Not quite able to get the middle of the bat on that occasion. Went straight up in the air. And a simple catch in the end for the fielder. And they have broken this partnership. The Granite Chargers lose their first. And Sheikh Rashid, the man who plays in the IPL, and departs here, and Shriniket takes that priceless wicket. Well, we are seeing that the umpire is checking for the no ball there. Just wanting to make sure. And he's still out there at the crease. Sheikh Rashid. And Shriniket, well, this could be a big moment in this game. Because if Sheikh Rashid is given another opportunity, he is someone who will make you punish. Well. Big moment in this game. We are still waiting for the decision of the third umpire. Well, finally we get the replay, and my word, it seems as if it is a no ball. He's overstepped and just slightly. Well, a very difficult decision for the third umpire for sure. It looks as if it's a no ball, but we will have to wait and see. We will have to wait for the confirmation of the third umpire. Well, it is where the foot lands, remember? Well, that was the catch. Quite comfortable in the end. My word. The decision has been overturned. It's been given as a no ball. And you can't afford to give a lifeline to a batter like Sheikh Rashid. It's a no ball. And now it is, to add insult to injury, it is going to be a free hit. It just can't get worse for Sriniket, can it? From the moment of getting the big wicket of the IPL star to the moment where he bowls a free hit to the same batter. So here we go then, free hit. And just as we spoke at the start of the over, risk versus reward. And he bowls a wide delivery, wanting to keep that one away from the arc, and the free hit remains. Drama out here at the Prime Arena in Hyderabad. So Sriniket bowling the free hit, and it's been beautifully picked up. Excellent shot by Sheikh Rashid. Wow, how often do we see the ball just flying over the fence on the offside? It's a brilliant hit. It's a sensational hit. And all the hard work that was done at the start of the over has been undone. A game of fine margins in the end, you would feel. How easily that could have been a wicket. And he's ended up bowling that free hit where he's been punched away on that offside, lofted over the fence with ease. And now he plays it on the leg side. Well, there is protection out there, so the fielder cuts that one off. Single taken. In fact, they came back for the second as well. So excellent running between the wickets. Sheikh Rashid wanting to keep the strike. Much better delivery, that one by Sriniket, but it's a misfield of his own bowling. Well, the chase is on, and how has the ball managed to reach the fence there? Well, that is how well it was timed. The fielder does really well in the end to cut that one off. Well, it's all happening out here. And I think that boundary will be checked, as you can see, and I think he's done extremely well there. Brilliant stop in the end. Putting a dive in for his side. This time a swing and a miss. Well, wanting to punch that one through the offside and not quite able to get anything on it. A much better delivery there by Sriniket. And have a look at this over. Well, that no ball could have been a big W. The W of Sheikh Rashid. But instead it's a no ball, and now he's conceded a plenty of runs in his second over. He's already conceded 12. He's got a dot delivery though. which will help him give some confidence, beating the batter on that occasion, Rashid. Nicely played away on the leg side. It's in the gap. Well, the chase is on, but the ball is going to win the race, and that will bring up the 50 for the Granite Chargers. 51 without a wicket now, and still one more delivery left inside this power play. Well, excellent shot once again by Sheikh Rashid. He's kept the strike for the most of this over, and you would feel that he's done an excellent job to get his side right on track, as that was a slow start, and they are now cruising with one more delivery left in the power play. So here we go, last delivery of the power play, and it's been thumped away by Sheikh Rashid. How big is that? It's gone miles. 22 runs coming off that over. And as we spoke at the start of the over, that he might take a wicket or end up giving away 20 runs. Well, he did both of them. He took a wicket of the very first delivery, but he was very unlucky. It was a no ball for Shriniket. And you just don't give second chances to a batter like Sheikh Rashid. What an excellent strike that is. Well, you would feel that shot on that offside was a very good one. Have a look at this. Sensational strike. And that is now the end of the power play with the score all of a sudden 57 without a wicket at the end of the sixth over. Well, that was the big moment in this game. Can't really afford that. He's taken a wicket with the no ball and he's been dispatched for a plenty in that last over of the power play. Having a look at it once again, how close is that as well? A game of fine margins. Well, a very good catch as well in the end. It was a perfect delivery for Rashid to trap him, and he did that superbly well, did Shriniket. But the gamble did not quite pay off of going back to the Pacers. Right, then we continue now. Shanak continuing outside this power play. Well, Aditya happy to take the single and give the strike back to the man in form and on song, Rashid. So continuing with spin at the moment. 58 without a wicket. 5 fielders now allowed outside the inner ring. So it'll be interesting to see how do they approach it now from here on. Do they just knock the ball around? Well, they have all those 10 wickets still intact. So maybe would be wanting to go big. Well, a very good delivery there. A good length delivery by Shonak. Just pushing it on the offside. Well, once again, just played on the leg side. This time straight to the fielder at fine leg. So back to back dot deliveries. Rashid, have a look at that. 40 of just 25. The last over of the power play just turning things around. This time played in the air and finds the man at long off. Only a single. Not quite able to hit that one in the gap. It was played uppishly, and there is a fielder there in cover as well in place. So a bit risky in the end. Nonetheless, takes that single quite comfortably. Once again, wanting to cut that one away, went straight to the fielder at short third. Excellent over this by Shonak. He's hardly conceded anything. Just 2 runs coming so far. And it will move on to 3. Well, just 3 singles and 3 dots coming of the first over of Shonak. And at the end of the 7th over now, the Granite Chargers are 60 without a wicket. Right, then continuing with pace here, it's going to be Prithvi to continue to bowl this over number 8. And this partnership, the opening partnership, has been a sensational one. Nicely cut away by Aditya, but straight to the fielder at point. Well, just the 3 runs coming off the over outside the power play, and they would be wanting to rectify that as quickly as possible because they would be wanting to score big. Can't afford to slow down, especially with all 10 wickets intact. Especially with someone like Rashid, who has got a lifeline, is still out there at the crease. 41 of 26 with a couple of monstrous hits. This time played down the ground and will find the man at long off. And they get a couple of runs. The long off field is slightly wide. Well, once again charging down the wicket, not quite able to get the middle of the bat, and played straight down the ground. So gets a single in. Well, nicely played away on that leg side. A very good looking shot. But straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket. Another single. So happy to knock the ball around at the moment, these two. It has been a brilliant partnership. Both of them have been complementing each other very well. And they will enjoy continuing like this, won't they? Meanwhile, Aditya, he's gone big and brilliant effort out there by the fielder. He's done really well to stop it from going over the rope. 100 marks for the commitment. Expertly stopped in the end. Have a look at that one once again. Well, it was his weaker hand as well. And it just does not get better than that. Continuing to apply some pressure. He knows there are no boundaries. Putting his body on the line for a side. And once again played away on the leg side. Finds the man out there in the deep. So that is the end of the 8th over now with the score at 66 without a wicket. 6 runs coming out at Prithvi over. Well, we continue now at the start of the 9th over, and it's a boundary finally. Sheikh Rashid finally breaks the shackles. Beautifully played. Right in the gap. The fielders converging and not quite able to stop it. Playing that well along the ground. And a much needed boundary. They were applying a lot of pressure with those dots and singles. And you need the odd boundary here and there to keep things going here. Shanak, who conceded just 3 runs in his first over, has conceded 4 of his very first delivery of his second. Once again, tucked away on the leg side. It's gone straight to the fielder. And this time he goes big. Aditya. And he's found the distance. Wow, what a hit that is. Sensational hit. And a 4 to start of this over, and now a 6 of the bat of Aditya. Turning the heat on here. Showing a lot of power and muscle on that shot. Going down on one knee and hitting that one ever so well through that leg side. Brilliant batting this by the two openers as they continue to keep on getting runs. Remember, Sheikh Rashid was out of a no ball. And now pushed on the offside and it's in the gap. And once again, that will find the fence. What a beautiful shot that is. Well, you might feel that he might have got 6 runs of the previous shot that he played, but this time a shot even better behind square on the offside gets 4 runs for it. Well, that is how cricket is. That is how it works out here. Wonderfully placed between the fielder at short third and backward point. And the ball just went racing away to the fence. Showing some delicate strokes this time. And now sensibly playing it down the ground for a single, bringing Rashid back on strike. What a big over this has been so far. 16 have come off it. And still one more left. Well, that is exactly the reason why Granite Chargers won the toss, elected to bat first. They wanted to do something like this, and they are doing it ever so well. Well, this time a much better delivery by Shaunak, a fuller length. And, well, the wicketkeeper has taken the stumps off. But don't think it's out. Well, he stepped out of his crease for a moment, but he made it home quite comfortably. He's a very tall man, isn't he, Sheikh Rashid? He has those long levers as well. And henceforth, he generates that much amount of power on his shots. Nonetheless, that's the end of the ninth with the score now at 82 without a wicket. Right then, Prithvi continuing, who conceded just 6 runs in his first. Nicely played away by Adita on the leg side. Single taken, and these two now feeling comfortable up against the spinners as well. Getting those boundaries in. And now shot pulled away and in the gap once again. How hard has that been hit? The ball finding the fence in no time at all. Well, such is the power in the man, and that is bring his half century up as well. He's on 52 now of just 32 deliveries. It's been a gem of an innings. Well, maybe he's not realized it yet that he's reached his half century, and he will feel that the job is only half done yet. Strike rate of 162, 2 sixes and 7 fours. This time he had made up his mind that he wanted to come down the track, and Prithvi very smart on that delivery. Bowls it away from the right-hander and inside the tram line as well. Excellent. Good cricket all round. Once again played on the leg side, finds the man out there in the deep. Well, meanwhile, wanting to improvise a shot there, Aditya, and luckily for him, it's gone down as a wide down that leg side. Well, had it been slightly straighter, it could have been curtains for Aditya. Well, the partnership continues meanwhile. This time played in the air, and an excellent effort in the end. Couldn't quite hold on to it, and it's gone away for a four. How unfortunate is that for the fielder? Well, diving forwards there, Kritik. Fallen just short of him. And the ball just goes away to the boundary in the end. How cruel can it be at times, the game of cricket? You put all your blood and shed excellent efforts, and then even after efforts like those, runs come, and that too are plenty. Well, he had to go for the catch. They need a wicket here. This time cut away, and it's gone straight to the fielder. And finally broken this partnership. Well, it had to be Prithvi. He was bowling those good length deliveries. And a very good catch at backward point. And Aditya, who was turning the heat on once again, departs here for 35. And this 93 run stand for the opening wicket is finally broken. Well, this was the shot, wanting to cut that one away. Couldn't quite find the gap, and he played it uppishly and went straight to the fielder. A very good take in the end. So that is the end of the 10th over now, with the score at 93 for 1. Well, in comes Abhinav at number 3, but he will be at the non-striker's end because the wicket came off the last delivery of the over, and Tane continuing and gives away a wide of the very first, and he's unhappy with the decision given by the umpire. He thinks otherwise about it, like any other bowler. Once again pushing it on the offside. Well, a good effort out there with the fielder, but still allowing them to get across for a single. And now once again just pushes it on the offside. Abhinav, the new man in, coming here at number 3, on strike here. And he's got a wicket. Wow! Tane! Brilliantly bowled, and an excellent cotton bowl. And the Granite Chargers, well, they lose the second. A couple of wickets in a space of 4 deliveries. And the well set Rashid, he's losing partners here. 95 for 2 now. And Tane, who has been very economical, has been rewarded with a wicket here. Abhinav couldn't quite trouble the scorers today, taking the long walk back to the pavilion. A duck off his second delivery. Well, a nothing shot in the end, wanting to push it back past the bowler. Not quite able to get enough purchase on it. And the simplest of the catch you will ever see in a cotton bowl. So 95 for 2 now after 10.3. Well, in comes Alankrit at number 4. It will be interesting to see how do they approach this now because they've lost a few wickets. Which hasn't really helped their cause. Well, the 93 run stand was an excellent one between Rashid and Aditya. And all of a sudden, those couple of wickets making things tight. Tane has been excellent throughout. 2.5 overs now, 1 for 8 for him. And now one more delivery left in his third over, the 11th over of the innings. And it's been pushed on the offside. Single taken. Alankrit gets off the mark. And that is now the end of the 11th over with the score at 96 for 2 for the Granite Chargers. So Vidyananda continuing now in this 12th over. And is that a run out? Wow! Brilliantly done there by the fielder. And they have lost another one. And is that the big wicket of Rashid? What's happened there? Just pushed on the offside, wanting to take a quick single. Well, an excellent throw, but I think he's made it quite comfortably in the end. Well, that will be an easy decision for the third umpire. Well, they're celebrating as if they've got the wicket. And we didn't quite get the angles as well. Nonetheless, Rashid survives. Well, meanwhile, Rashid is back on strike. The smart thing has been done of bringing him back on strike. He's played that one away on the leg side. Finds the man out there in the deep. So a couple of singles to start off this over. Alankrit back on strike, and this is the opportunity really for the Tigers to try and pull things back. Once again, happy to play it on the leg side, along the ground, straight to the fielder. Rashid on strike. He's played that one down the ground hard and away for a 4. And that will bring up the 100 for the Granite Chargers. 103 for 2. And a boundary after those couple of wickets for the first time. Well, hit really hard back past the bowler. Well, the ball almost crashing onto the non-striker stumps. And that would have been very unfortunate for Rashid had that happened. But it was hit ferociously. A cross-batted shot straight down the ground. Well, almost taking the umpire away as well. Rashid is the key here in this innings. He's moved on to 59 now of 37 deliveries. Well, a much better delivery there by Vidyananda. Not allowing Rashid to get underneath it or even offering him a lot of room. So one more delivery left now in this 12th. And he's pushed it on the offside, straight to the fielder. So that is now the end of the 12th over. A couple of dots to close it out. At the end of the 12th, it's 103 for 2 for the Granite Chargers. So Tane is going to continue now. He's into his final over. Well, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? 3.1 overs, 1 for 9. If you take out his 3 overs, they've scored 94, the Granite Chargers, in 9 overs. That is how good he has been, Tane. The rest of the team going at more than 10 and over, and he himself going at only 3 and over. Outstanding stuff. 4 more deliveries left for him. And does Rashid play him out, or does he go for it in the next 4 deliveries as well, as we head into the business end of this innings? Well, once again, a very good delivery. It's a perfect line and the perfect length, just not allowing much room to the batter. This time it will be a wide delivery, wanting to be a bit too cheeky, wanting to bowl it away from the arc of the batter. So an extra run and an extra delivery. Nicely pushed on the offside. Straight to the fielder though. And they get across for a single. Well, once again, a beautiful delivery. Well, almost carrying back to the bowler. And that could have gone anywhere. Alan Quid never in control of it. And he gets a single for himself. So now one more delivery left in his spell. Tane, 3.5 overs, 1 for 13. He's been bowling on a different pitch altogether. Can he get a wicket of this last delivery? Well, he's bowled a full toss in the end and it's played down the ground, and the fielder collects that one nicely. Well, that is now the end of the 13th over with the score at 109 for 2. Well, Shanak continuing, and he's taken the wicket of Alankrit. Third one gone. Well, they're losing their way slowly here, aren't they, in this chase? Well, Rashid, he's losing partners after partners now. And cleaning him up now, Kulkarni. A brilliant delivery by the leg spinner Shanak Kulkarni. Well, it was the googly, and the middle stump is off the ground. And the third one gone. And continuing to stay in this game here. The Tigers not allowing the Granite Chargers to post big. Well, it's 109 for 3 now after 13.1. So in comes the new man now, the left-hander, and there's a slip in place as well. And what a delivery that is! Outstanding bit of bowling this. And this time a single taken in the deep, getting off the mark there. Pranav coming in here at number 5 with a job to do. He needs to support Rashid. He's been losing partners after partners. And it's tucked away nicely on that leg side by Rashid. Well, wanting to buy some time at the crease now. How many more from here on is the main question. Well, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? Shonak. Pranav now once again bowling that googly, bowling it away from the left-handed batter, and Pranav not quite able to judge it, not quite able to pick it up. So one more delivery left now in this 14th, and it's another dot. Brilliant over by Shonak Kulkarni. That is now the end of the 14th with a score at Nelson for 3. So Prithvi is going to continue now in this 15th. 2 overs, 1 for 17. Rashid plays that an expansive drive, finds the man out there in the deep, and brings the new man Pranav on strike, who is on just the one run of 4 deliveries. And you would say has been struggling somewhat. So Pranav pulls that one away now. Once again, protection out there in the deep, and they should come back for the second. And they do so quite comfortably in the end. Well, nicely driven on the offside once again. But not quite able to find the gaps to get that boundary. Well, sent back in the end, Pranav. And rightly so, there was never a second there. Almost making a meal out of it. But once again, just pushed on the offside. Happy to keep it along the carpet. Brilliant over this by Prithvi so far. Just the 4 runs coming off it. And still 2 more to come. And he's hit this one hard through the offside. Finds the man out there in the deep. So now 1 more delivery left in this 15th. Just the 5 runs coming off the over so far. A dot, a double, and 3 singles. And the left hand right hand combination not quite working out in getting those boundaries in. Things have slowed down a lot for the Granite Chargers. Once again pushed on the offside. And a quick single. Well, not quite taken. It's another dot to win the over. Just 5 coming off it. Excellent by Prithvi. That is now the end of the 15th with the score at 116 for 3. So Shaunak continuing here into his last over now. Well, it's been sensational, hasn't it? So far. They were 93 without a wicket at the end of the 10th over. And now they have added just 24 more for the next 32 deliveries. In fact, 93 for 1 at the end of the 10th over. And they were 93 without a wicket after 9.5. Meanwhile, Pranav going big. It's gone high and it's taken by the fielder. Well, the pressure was building. And Shaunak gets his second. Well, the Granite Chargers not quite able to keep going. And the Tigers, well, they will be the happier of the two now. 117 for 4. Pranav's short stay at the crease comes to an end. No boundaries for him today. Well, taking the aerial route, wanting to go big. Just the 4 runs for him of 8 deliveries. And a very good catch in the end by Kritik. He was placed perfectly for that, wasn't he? A tossed up delivery, wanting to go big. He knew that the batter wants to go big. They've been itching to go. And not quite long enough in the end. And a very good take in the end by the fielder at long on. So 117 for 4 now. The new man comes in, Pratyush straight away goes high. And has he taken it? Well, not quite so. Well, there was no chance for him to get any kind of distance on it. And Shonak almost getting his third. Almost a cotton bowl. But it went very high and couldn't quite get underneath it. Not enough time for the fielder to get underneath it. Well, once again, just a single for Rashid. Well, he's been struggling out there, hasn't he now? Because he's kept on losing partners and now just does not know how to keep going here. Well, such has been the case in this inning so far. Once again, excellent delivery, beautifully bowled. What an outstanding over this has been so far. Still one more delivery left. Just the 3 runs and a wicket coming. And that's another dot. Excellent stuff by Shonak. He's kept things extremely tight. 4 overs, 2 for 24 for him. And at the end of the 16th, now it's 119 for 4 for the Granite Chargers. Well, Prithvi continuing now in this 17th over. It's been superb by the Tigers. Just 27 more added in the last 37 deliveries. And things are now looking extremely difficult for the Granite Chargers. They've got 4 more overs left. 10 over gets them to 160. And they will feel that they are much, much short of where they should have been, especially Rashid. He would feel that he's not been able to help his side. 180 is at the least is what they were searching, and if Rashid keeps on batting, they might be in for it, but they will have to do a lot of hard work. They will need a plenty of boundaries. Meanwhile, Prithvi into his final over. He's been exceptional, hasn't he? Once again, another bowler bowling it just a little more than 6 and over. Prithvi running in. Once again, beautifully bowled. Right in the block hold, and even someone like Rashid not quite able to adjust or maneuver anything out of that one. And another dot delivery. This time hit hard by Rashid, but once again straight to the fielder. Well, he's almost made a mess of it, but once again won't quite find the boundary. A couple of more runs to the total. And it's exceptional by the Tigers. Continuing to apply this pressure more and more. Well, where are the boundaries going to come from? And Rashid is the man to try and get those. Well, a thick outside edge, and he's finally got one. Well, not quite where he intended. A wild swing, and well, getting an edge which has been hit very hard and past the fielder at short third. Rashid, a much needed boundary nonetheless. The fortune favouring the brave. So finally, we see a boundary in ages. And once again, played straight down the ground. Will that find the fence as well? Yes, it will. The long off fielder is extremely wide. So back to back boundaries for Rashid. And is this the moment where they get the move on here? 8 runs coming of the last 2 deliveries. And Prithvi, well, he's turned out to be expensive in the end. An excellent straight drive, isn't it? By Sheikh Rashid. No risk at all in a shot like that. Playing that one along the ground and into the fence. Knows exactly where the fielders are. So that is now the end of the 17th over with the score at 131 for 4. So Sriniket is back into the attack. Well, Sriniket, who was hit for a plenty of runs inside that power play. That last over of the power play, which, well, you would feel, had that not been a no ball, this innings for the Granite Chargers would have been nowhere at the moment. Because he took the wicket of Rashid, but it was a no ball in the end. And now coming in here to bowl the 18th, and you would assume that he would be bowling the 20th as well. Well, Rashid on strike, a big lash at it, and that will go over the fielder, who is inside the circle behind square on the offside. Another boundary for him behind square. Well, once again, not intentional in that region, but it just does not matter, does it? All of a sudden, the last three deliveries that he's faced, he's got 3 fours to his name. And that is exactly what they need here. Some inspiration. Rashid has moved into the 80s now, 82 for the IPL star. Well, once again hit hard, cut away, but there is protection out there in the deep, so just a single for Rashid on that occasion. So Pratyush on strike. It's short. It's been hit away on the offside. Beautifully placed. Sensational hit by Pratyush. And eases a lot of pressure. Well, offered a lot of it. It was short. And basically a gift in the end, you would feel. Well, that will give him a lot of confidence as well heading into the last couple of overs. 10 have come over this over already. Well, Sriniket, it's just not been his day, has it? None for 14 is 2.4, taking a wicket of the no ball. Well, that was the big moment in the game. Rashid has moved on to make 83. Meanwhile, Pratyush has gone for the big one. And has he taken it? Wow! What a sensational take that was. Well, not quite so. It's gone through the fielder in the end. Well, for a moment it felt as if he held on to it, but it went right through him. And somehow he was lucky enough to have a teammate behind him. So one more delivery left now in this 18th. Once again in the air by Pratyush. Won't quite find the distance. And won't quite find the boundary either. Well, in fact, it's a run out at the striker's end. Wow! That was really quick. And they have got a wicket. Just when they need it once again. Well, it's Pratyush who has to depart. Coming back for the second when there was never a second really. He had to be really quick. Not quite so. As you can see, the effort out there by the fielder, and the wicketkeeper very quick to latch onto it. Excellent glove work. So, if not getting a catch on the previous delivery, they got a run out on this one. That is now the end of the 18th with the score at 144 for 5 for the Granite Chargers. Right then, Vidyananda continuing, and Rashid has hit that one away for another boundary. Well, the ploy with to go with the spinner in the penultimate over of the innings, not sure exactly if that's going to work. Nonetheless, Rashid gets a boundary to start off this 19th. And all of a sudden, some quick runs. Well, they need a plenty more of those, don't they? This time a big swing, a wild swing, and he beats the batter Vidyananda. Rashid, who is on 87 at the moment, 87 of 57 with that dot. This time charging down the wicket is a thick outside edge, and it's gone right through the fielder. And that will run away to the fence too. So 150 is up now for the Granite Chargers, and Rashid, well, he's into the 90s. 92 now for him, 91 in fact now for him. He's got 9 more runs to get, and there are 9 more deliveries left in the innings. Well, he could be in for a big innings in this qualifier. Well, that's the third time he's got a boundary in that region. Well, this time Vidyananda just pulling back in the end. Once again played on that leg side. Finds the man though this time. Moves on to 92 and gives the strike to the new man in Arfaz, who's come in here at number 7. Can he toink a couple of shots? Well, once again, another man with those long levers. And he takes the single, gets off the mark, brings Rashid back on strike for the last delivery of this 19th. So where does Rashid go? Rashid wants to go downtown, plays it towards the fielder at long off, who does extremely well to keep it away from the boundary line, and he gets a couple of runs. So moves on to 94, but will be off strike, and that is now the end of the 19th with the score at 156 for 5. Right, then it is going to be Sriniket to continue. And they will be extremely happy that Rashid is at the non-strikers end. Arfaz on strike. Arfaz wanting to cut that one away, and a wide given up against Sriniket. Nothing going his way today. So how many more can they get in this last over? Well, if he can get Rashid on strike, he can maybe fancy himself. So this time Arfaz plays it along the carpet on the offside and does the smart thing of bringing Rashid on strike, who has an opportunity now to get his 100. He's on 94. Well, something at the least for him. So Rashid on 94. Here we go. Sriniket up against Rashid. And he bowls another wide delivery, keeping it away from the arc of the batter, wanting to bowl that wide delivery. Not quite able to bowl it well enough, way away from the tram line. Well, Rashid would be hoping for an over pretty much similar to the last over of the power play. He will be wanting to get at least 20 from here on. He is more than capable with that long handle, as you can see on the scoreboard as well. 94 for him of 60 deliveries. And there he goes. It's gone high. Is that gone all the way? Well, I think it's one bounce and over the rope. Nonetheless, he moves on to 98 and he gets a boundary. With 4 more deliveries left in the innings. Doesn't quite find the distance, where he knows exactly where the fielder is. The point fielder is inside the circle. And with that much of width, well, not sure if the plan to bowl those wide deliveries is the correct one, because the point fielder is inside the circle. And so is the third man. And that's his half century. Well, Sriniket, he's been very expensive today. It's just not been his night. If you take out his spell, it's only 113 for 5 in 16 overs. Meanwhile, Rashid, he's on 98. Can he get a stun? He's got 4 more deliveries left in the innings. It's a swing and a miss, and that's much better by Sriniket. Beats the batter. So a rare dot delivery. So where does he go next? It seems like the plan is clear out here now. For Sriniket, and Rashid will be ready for it. Well, meanwhile, it's a slot delivery and it's been thumped away by Rashid. No point bother chasing that one. It's gone way into the stands, and that's his 100. What a way to get your 100. In some style, 104 of the 63 deliveries. It has been a difficult innings for him. He had that outstanding partnership with Adita, the opening stand of 93. Ever since he's kept on losing partners, but still, he stayed out there at the crease. He's been strong, and he's shown exactly why he is of the caliber of the IPL and the Chennai Super Kings. Wonderful hit through that leg side. And Sriniket, well, he's conceded up plenty of runs today, and that just adds more to his misery. And still two more deliveries left in the innings. Still 180 on the cards. With Rashid on strike up against Aniket, you would fancy him getting a couple of more hits. He likes pace on, doesn't he? Sheikh Rashid. Well, something has to give in on the next delivery as well. Just two more deliveries left in the innings. What does Srinikant try now? Well, he bowled those wide deliveries. It worked on and off. Once again, a low full toss played on the offside. In the gap, another boundary. Rashid is running away here with fours and sixes. Excellent piece of batting, this. A low full toss knows exactly where the fielders are. Playing that one over the fielder at cover. And a couple of bounces, and it just goes over the fence once again. Well, in fact, onto the fence on that occasion. Brilliant batting. And now one more delivery left in the innings. 173 on the board. A 6 gets them to 179, which will make it a target of 180, which will be more than competitive. Well, 200 was definitely in the cards for the Granite Chargers. They will be very well aware of that. But they were pulled back from over number 11 to 16. Things were kept extremely tight. And now you would feel that they've got maybe 10-15 runs more than than where they should have been with the way they pull things back, the Tigers. So here we go, last ball of the innings. And it's been thumped away and it's gone all the way, is it? Well, not quite so. It's gone away for a 4. Another boundary to end the innings. 112 for Rashid. An outstanding innings. A blistering one by him. 112 of the 65. And the Granite Chargers, well, they end up posting 177 for 5 in the 20 overs. And well, this game very much in the balance. 178 the target for the VT Tigers when they come out to chase to get into that final of the Mastro Premier Cricket League. As you can see, that man on the crease, he's been brilliant, hasn't he, today? 112 of the 65. Well, it was as if he was playing on a different pitch out there. Well, Aditya supported him nicely, but after that, no one really supported him, and still he managed to fight hard for his team, and he's put out a respectable total. In fact, more than a respectable total, you would feel, in this qualifier number 2 of the MPCL. Well, that was the boundary, the last one of the innings. Once again, offered a lot of width, and well, the point fielder inside the circle. Not sure exactly why would you bowl that, and he's placed that one perfectly. Well, that is the batting card. As you can see, the man right on top. 112 of 65 deliveries. 21-year-old boy from Andhra Pradesh, Sheikh Rashid, stealing the show out there. Supported nicely by Aditya at the top of the order. 35 of 27 for him. But after that, no one really could support him. Pratyush with those 10 runs in the end, hitting a couple of boundaries. But well, those fall off wickets, as you can see, 93 for no loss to 144 for 5. But in the end, the onslaught was a very good one. Sriniket, very unfortunate. 4 overs, none for 64. He caught a wicket. He caught the wicket of Sheikh Rashid, but it was a no ball, unfortunately for him. A couple of wickets for Shaunak Kulkarni. Very tight, very nice. Tane as well, 1 for 15 in his 4. And a wicket in the end for Prithvi Reddy as well. Only the 9 extras conceded by the VT Tigers. And you would feel that they will be very happy that 177 is what they have got. They could have maybe even got somewhere in excess of 200 had Aditya and Rashid kept on continuing that partnership. So the target then 178 for the VT Tigers to get into the final of the Master Premier Cricket League. And we will be back for the chase in a short while from now. Right then, we are back here for the chase. The target 178 for the VT Tigers to try and get into the final, the big final of the MPCL. Well, they will have to bat well. Here we go, ball number one of this chase. And the bowler right on the money straight away. Pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. Abhirat and Dhruv opening the innings. Mohammad Abdul with the new ball. And it seems like he's the man of the moment here for now. And straight away, Abhirat. Wow! That's colossal. Brilliant hit just off the second delivery of the innings. And a statement of intent right from the word go. Wonderfully struck. Very high and very big. And that's one way to start your innings. Well, the target, the asking rate is slightly lesser than 9 and over, and they've got 6 of the first 2 deliveries. So how does Mohammad Abdul respond? Well, this time pulling his length back a little and played on that leg side. Takes the single Abhirat and brings Dhruva on strike. Well, 93 run partnership is what it was for the Granite Chargers for the opening wicket. And these two would be wanting to try and make it a bit similar. Now a wide delivery down the leg side. So Dhruva yet to face his first legitimate delivery. Already 8 runs on the board. Excellent start this. Well, this time it struck the pad. Big appeal. Keeps on appealing. The umpire says no. Well, that looked very close. Given as leg by, the umpire says it's going down the leg side. Well, very unfortunate for the bowler, you would feel. That was very close. Maybe it is down to the umpire's call. Nonetheless, gets off strike once again, and Abhirat is back on strike. Yet to get to the mark though, Dhruva. It was given as a leg by. This time places it perfectly through the offside. What a good shot that is. Delicate by Abhirat. Excellent piece of batting this. And the second boundary in this very first over. First showing a lot of power with that 6, and now just pure placement. Nicely guided. And into the double figures as well straight away. 13 on the board. And still one more to come in this very first over. And now again a wide delivery down the leg side. Well, Mohammad Abdul has been struggling with that, wanting to put a bit more pace behind it, and it's not quite working out. It's been an expensive over right up at the start of this innings. One more delivery still left in this first over. Abhirat getting a couple of boundaries, a 6 and a 4. This time punches it down the ground. It's gone straight to the fielders and a quick single taken. So that is now the end of the first over with the score at 15 without a wicket for the VT Tigers. Right, Winan continuing now in this second over, the left arm spinner. Well, that has been the strategy for everyone, hasn't it? Continuing with the left arm spinner in the second over. And straight away taking a single there. Abhirat bringing Dhruva back on strike. Well, they're off to a flyer here, the VT Tigers. 16 on the board already, 1.1 overs in. And now charging down the wicket. And it's beaten the fielder at long off. Well, the long off was extremely wide. And he's taken full advantage of it. Placed that one to perfection. Brilliant shot. Well, no chance out there for the fielder at long off to cut it out. And he gets a boundary for himself to get off the mark, Dhruva. And he goes again. Once again, it's straight. But this time the fielder does get across, who has become slightly straighter now because of the shot that happened in the previous delivery. And he gets, well, only a single on that occasion. Well, this time played on the leg side. It's in the gap. But the fielder cuts that one off at deep mid wicket. And now he gets a single. The previous delivery was a double. They did come back for the second. And now charging down the wicket, pushing it on the offside. This time he goes big, Abhirat. And he finds another boundary. Beautifully placed. And he's cruising out here, isn't he? Brilliant bit of batting. Once again, just taking that aerial route and playing that one perfectly. Well, it seems like no one's stopping them out here now, for now. So at the end of the second over, 27 without a wicket, the VT Tigers just 151 away from the target. So Pranav is continuing in this third over. Just pushed on the offside. Once again, nicely pushed. Playing it straight to the fielder. Charging down the wicket on that occasion. Playing it towards the fielder at short third. Well, a good start this by Pranav. Trying to make things difficult for the batters. Once again, just played on the offside. Well, just the kind of the over that they needed here, didn't they? Happy to push it. And they get across for another single. In fact, they came back for the second as well. This time played over the fielder and finds the man at long off. So just the 5 runs coming off this Pranav over. And at the end of the third now, it is 32 without a wicket for the VT Tigers. Once again, just cut away on the offside, straight to the fielder this time. So a delivery where a boundary does not come. In fact, it's a dot. Excellent ball striking this. And now just 11 away from victory. It just keeps on getting better and better for them, doesn't it? Brilliant piece of batting. And once again, wanting to go through the offside this time. And he misses out. So a dot delivery. Well, just 11 more required. They have made a mockery of this chase, haven't they? The Tigers. And it seems like the top two sides are going to eventually play in that final because of shots like those. Pavish coming in here, 6 balls, 23 runs. And now they are just a hit away from entering into that final. The Tigers. Outstanding bit of batting. Brilliant ball striking. And a very expensive over in the end. 22 coming off it. 3 sixes and a 4. And they are in a hurry to finish this off now. So just 5 more needed. Well, Kritik is on strike now. 40 of 23. Another outstanding innings. Well, everyone has contributed here with the bat. Along with the openers. Well, it has been a well constructed run chase this. It just kept on getting better and better. So Pranav will continue now. And Kritik on strike. What does he do, Kritik? Does he think only one hit? Well, he defends it for starters. Well, just wanting to make sure that his field is set correctly. But it seems like Kritik has only one thing on his mind. Well, charging down the wicket. Won't quite carry to the fielder. Well, a single taken. So now just 4 more required. Well, Bhavesh hits this one on the offside. Well, once again finds the man. Not quite able to finish it off. Still 3 runs away. As they wait for that moment to get into that final. Once again, cut away. Will that find the fence? Well, not quite so. The fielder does get across. And he's kept it down to 2. So the scores are level now. And the Tigers are just 1 run away from securing their place into that final. It has been absolutely brilliant, this chase. Well, they were struggling at one stage. 93 without a wicket is what the Chargers were at. Charging down the wicket, played on the leg side, and that will be the winning run. It won't quite come and finish off with the boundary, but does not matter. They win this game by 7 wickets and 19 balls to spare, and the VD Tigers have taken care of business. Well, they finished top 2 in the league stages, and in the end, it's the top 2 sides, the YWR Strikers and the VT Tigers, who proceed through to that final. Well, commiserations to the Chargers though, because they played really well and couldn't quite get going with the ball. And also in the back end of the innings, you would feel they could have got, or maybe even should have got 200 plus. Not quite so. And they have made quite an easy reading of this in the end. Winning this game quite comfortably. An outstanding chase by the batters, making no mistakes at all. As you can see, players just shaking hands. Well, 100 in the end by Rashid. Still not enough. 112 is what he scored. And how often do you see a centurion ending up on the losing side in a T20 game? Well, that is how good the VD Tigers were. As you can see, all smiles. Well, there weren't that many smiles the other day, but tonight very much, because of the way that they have performed in the end. As you can see, the players walk off. Well, a brilliant game of cricket in the end. More than 350 runs scored in the 37 overs that they were played. And an exceptional performance in the end by the VT Tigers, winning this game quite comfortably. 7 wickets and 19 balls to spare. Well, here is the batting card that we were waiting for. As you can see, 178 for 3. Outstanding innings by Adita at the top of the order, supported nicely by Dhruva. 60 and 32 respectively for the two. Kritik, well, he came in, just smashed the ball around along with Mikil and Bhavish. Have a look at that by Bhavish. 24 of just 8. And, well, that 16th over just killing the game off. And as you can see, 3 wicket takers, a wicket each for Mohammad Abdul, Sanket, and Akhil. But in the end, it was never going to be enough because they needed a lot more than that. As 177 was going to be difficult to defend when you have starters like Abhirat and Dhruva in your campaign. Well, the match summary then. The Chargers winning the toss, electing to bat first, posted 177 for 5. They were 93 without a wicket after 9.5 overs and then just lost their way. Sheikh Rashid, the heart of the game, 112 not out of 65. A couple of wickets for Shauna, keeping things tight, along with Tane, 1 for 15 in his 4. And in response, the VD Tigers cruising and just smashed the ball around. 178 for 3. Abhirat 60 of 41, supported by Dhruva 32 of 20. Kritik coming in at number 3, 44 of 27, finishing the game off along with Bhavish, who scored 24 of 8. And the VD Tigers win this game by 7 wickets and 19 balls to spare and proceed through to the final of the Mastro Premier Cricket League up against the YWOR Strikers. Well, that was it from this qualifier number 2. This was your commentator Piyush Nathani. Until next time, goodbye.